This is a video book. You read with your eyes, no sound, no music. The text flows word by word, gradually speeding up. Stay focused. Choose your pace. Enjoy reading differently. It's like a movie in your mind. So give it a try. Read this book with your eyes.